All right. GM, welcome back. So hopefully all of us are here for the workshop this morning. This is going to be about finding bugs, which is really what security is all about, finding and fixing bugs, hopefully. And this is an interesting format for a workshop. We are trying this out recently. So this is going to have 42 tips from the 4 security researchers that you see here. 42, why 42? 42 is supposedly the ultimate answer to all questions in the galaxy. So why not finding bugs as well? And the 4 security researchers here, I'll let my smarter colleagues introduce themselves first with Yoran.
Thank you. I'm a security researcher at Consensus Diligence, where I work mostly on tooling and automation. So you might have used a couple of my tools. But I am also a bug bounty hunter. So most of my tips today will go into that part of security research.
Hi everyone, I'm Tincho. I work for the Red Guild. I'm a co-founder. We do security for the public benefit of the Ethereum ecosystem. And in the past, I used to be a lead auditor at OpenZeppelin for many years. And before that, I was a web developer and pen tester.
Hey everyone, I'm Nat. I'm an independent security researcher. I spent 4 years at TrailofBits, where I did mainly security reviews. And before that was a blockchain developer for 3 years. So yeah, today my tips are kind of going to be blockchain dev related and security researcher related.
Fantastic. And I'm Rajiv. So I've been a security researcher pretty much my whole life. Started with Ethereum security roughly about 6 to 8 years ago. Early participant in some of the leading audit contest platforms. And then for the last couple of years, I've been a lead security researcher with Spearhead Cantina. And in this context, started Securium about 3 years ago. So Securium was funded by an Ethereum Foundation grant and collaborating with some of the leading projects in this space. The goal was really to scale Ethereum security. Right? And by that we mean onboarding the next hundreds and thousands of security auditors to make Ethereum safer. So Securium is really an online community known for its bootcamp. Check it out online. Has monthly quizzes designed by many of the all the people standing here and many others in the room as well. Check that out. And Securium also hosts TrustX, which is one of the leading Ethereum security-focused events. So with that, we will kick it off, right? The first question we really need to ask is why, right? Why are we doing this workshop? Why are we trying to find bugs? And as you can see, the whole, not just smart contracts or OPSEC and other things, right? The whole domain of blockchains, right, is really about trust. And in this case, finding and fixing bugs is really one of the biggest technical risks, not just in the base layer, in the layer 1s and the layer 2s, in the bridges and anything else in between, but also in all the dApps, right? All the smart contracts that really, and all the glue that holds them together, right? We need to be finding and fixing bugs. Why is that important? I mean, it should be very obvious to many of the folks, many of the security researchers here, but just to sort of put it once more, if we would like Ethereum to be the world computer, if we want to really onboard millions and billions of people onto the on-chain economy, and if we really want ETH to be ultrasound money, we need to make it ultra safe, right? So that's really the goal here. So with that context, we'll kick it off. And this really sort of hopefully justifies it, right? I mean, this is from DeFi Llama, as you can see. And this is probably representative. It really does not capture all the other phishing and many of the other things that are draining millions and billions. So this is getting better. I mean, this graph sort of gives us a warm, fuzzy feeling that, hey, we may be getting better, but I think we really have a long, long path ahead. So with that, we'll start with the tips.
Thank you. And the clicker. Awesome. So all of you are probably on Twitter. If you're not, you're quite unique. And if you've been on Twitter and read any of the posts around bounty hunting, security research, you see a lot of grind set focused posts. And I'm not saying hard work and dedication isn't what's required to be a good security researcher, but I honestly believe that going into security research with the mindset of, I need to grind so hard, work 16 hours a day, is the worst possible approach. If you look at other industries like doctors that have a similar kind of mindset where it's like, I'm going to work so many shifts, I work so hard. If you look at the amount of incidents that are caused by people working multiple shifts, it's insane. And the same thing happens for security research. Like, I'll be stuck on a problem for 4 hours at the end of the day, and the next morning I'll solve it in 5 minutes. Like, staying stuck on a problem just because you feel like you need to work hard, not a good approach. Okay, tip 2. Scoping out targets and not just picking anyone at random is a pretty good idea when you're doing bounty hunting. There's so many programs, and if you just pick one at random, well, it can be a fun approach, but it's probably not that efficient. So probably the primary thing you should focus on is the amount of time that you have available. Closer? Okay. Probably what you need to focus on is the amount of time that you have available on this target. So maybe don't go for like a bridge implementation or like an L2 if you just have a weekend. And of course, like if you're looking to make a living out of this or a significant amount of money, then don't go for projects that offer low bounties. One thing I actually look at a lot is not necessarily the height of the main bounty, which is like 10 million or 1 million. It's usually very high. I look at the bounty that's offered for the high vulnerability, because that's usually a really good signal about how much a project actually cares about security. If they won't offer anything for highs, or if their high is like 10K and their crit is 10 million, this is just like random, that's not a good sign that they actually care about security. They just want to prevent the main things. Okay, tip 3, try to sleep, sort of. Okay, so this one actually happened to me. I was trying to sleep, and then, well, as it happens, my brain is like, oh, you were working on this problem, here's the solution. And so there I was, like in the middle of the night, typing up a bug report. The idea here is not to try to work while you're trying to sleep. It's more so exploiting the idea that you have, like your brain is doing passive processing while you're doing random things, like trying to sleep or doing the dishes. And to really leverage that, it's important to not try to do too many things at the same time. So, for example, if you're bounty hunting on a project, don't switch to a different project. Just keep doing this one, go for a walk, let it process, and find some bugs. And don't go like watch Netflix and fill your head with different things, because then you can't like leverage this ability of your brain. Like I have a cool example from when I was in university. I was working really hard on a problem. Like we had these days where you had to solve a challenge in a day, kind of hackathon, and I was like super stuck for like the first 4 hours of the day. Took a walk to get lunch. Passive processing happened. Solved the issue like right after lunch. So yeah, TLDR. Take some breaks and leverage this passive processing. Okay, now some tips about how to approach bug bounty discussions. If you're doing bug bounties, eventually you'll have a discussion with someone, because projects don't always agree with the impact or what you found. Everybody responds differently. There can be some emotions involved when you tell someone their code is broken. So one of the things that's really useful is basically learning a little bit of rhetorics and preparing for fallacies. People will come up with arguments that don't work, addressing them, or strategies that basically derail a discussion. Being prepared for them will just make your life easier in the end. Another tip on bug bounty discussions is kind of taking the mindset of working with this project as a business partner that you might want to do an audit with later. This creates a style of communication that's much more productive and much less likely to result in a situation where you're just name calling, like, no, your code is shit, and then they're saying, no, you can't find bugs and everything sucks. So this really helps things out there. And as an added benefit, if you actually do end up being business partner later, you have a much, much better relationship. Okay, then it's going to be super useful if you diversify your skills. So with DeFi, there's all these super useful resources like Ethereum that can help you become like a security researcher. But it's often easy to overlook the fact that learning other things that aren't necessarily directly related to DeFi or smart contract security is going to be incredibly useful. Like learning quantitative finance has been super helpful for me. Like there's a couple topics here. Like for example, learning how compilers work, I think is an insane thing, like insanely useful thing to know, because you'll become so much more familiar with how programming languages work, how Solidity works under the hood. You just get an intuitive sense of how these things work, and that in the end will help you understand code better, find more bugs. It's also just something that keeps things interesting, you know? Like after a while, maybe DeFi gets a little bit boring. This kind of switches it up. So it's also just something to have some fun. Okay. Now, some strategies that you can actually apply in your bug hunting process. I think one of the things that works really well is finding a paradigm and specializing in it. So, for example, in DeFi, you have systems that provide leverage. So what you can do is become super familiar with all the things that you need to do to implement leverage systems and what can go wrong. Once you know all these things, you can just quickly go into all the programs that have some type of leverage, see if they do everything right, and if they do, you just move on to the next project. So this is kind of like an approach where you go super broad, and it can be super efficient. What's important here is to pick a paradigm that is relatively unknown or that you think nobody else is specializing in, because that way you have some competitive advantage. I guess leverage and concentrated liquidity are a little bit old now, but I guess like various CK topics can be something right now that there's not that many security researchers that specialize in these, where there might be some good opportunities. And I just pick something that you find interesting, to be honest, because that's the best way to learn and go about this all. That was the go broad strategy. Now for the go deep strategy. Instead of just going for a bunch of projects for one topic, you can pick one project and then go deep on that one. This is an approach I usually take because I'm very time constrained. I do like weekends, like short weeks. And the approach I basically take is I pick a project, and then I take some time to explore it and identify all the interesting bits, the risky bits, the parts that I think are going to be super difficult to implement right if I were to implement them myself. And then I basically just go have a look at those, and see if they if they actually made the mistakes that I think they would have. And that's actually like a super time-efficient approach when you think about it. And this kind of exploits the fact that as a bounty hunter, you're not an auditor. As a bounty hunter, you don't care about finding all the bugs. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if something is left after you go by. As an auditor, that kind of sucks if that happens. But as a bounty hunter, we just want to find a bug as soon as possible. And this approach will allow us to do that. We will just have to look at like the critical code, the code that does liquidations. We don't have to look at all the like boring bits. Like usually you don't look at like the ERC20 contracts, whether they do all the interfacing right. I mean, you could, but that's not the go deep approach. Tip 9, read the documentation. Okay, so design mistakes can be critical. People come up with interesting ideas that fundamentally don't work or are super hard to do right. And from reading the documentation, this has happened to me, this has happened to other people, you can already notice some bugs, and then you just have to go into the code to see whether like the bug you think is there is going to be actually there. Quick side note there, documentation, usually out of date. Fortunately, unfortunately, depends on how you look at it. There's going to be cases where you find a bug in the design, a bug that's been there, but they already like came up with something that prevented it and just didn't document it at all. Even if you don't find anything, reading the documentation will set you up for success, because you'll have a good general understanding of what the code is doing, which is like the best foundation to actually get started. So if you, like, when I do the go deep approach, the explore phase for me is reading the documentation first, because with this documentation in mind, like actually starting to read the code is going to be going to be more productive, because you have some contextual awareness of where everything fits in the big picture. Then, for my final tip, this is kind of a mental model I started applying myself, is when you are reading through a code base, you usually notice like these tricks or gadgets where it's not really a vulnerability per se. Like, even if you would submit it, it might be an information or low, but it's these tricks that allow you to do things in a system that are odd or usually not supposed to happen. And even though these tricks are kind of useless on their own, they are usually involved in what you would call a kill chain. So critical vulnerabilities generally aren't critical vulnerabilities, not single bugs, but they are kill chains. And kill chains are basically a sequence of steps or sequence of bugs that you string together to achieve a critical impact. And by keeping track of these little tricks you find while reading the code base, you set yourself up for success when you find an actual bug that's maybe not exploitable or easily exploitable directly, but when you apply your tricks, it suddenly becomes like a super easy crit. And just making a list or keeping a list on a piece of paper or whatever note-taking app you prefer, Apple Notes, could be whatever, just keeping like a bullet-pointed list, hey, I can trick the system into doing this. It's not a security risk, but it might be helpful. That's going to set you up for success in building these kill chains and basically escalating a vulnerability from maybe medium or high to a critical with a lot of impact. All right. With that, I'll give it over to Nat.
All right, just a raise of hands, how many of you here are developers? Okay, a good chunk. All right, so my next few tips, as I mentioned before, I'm going to kind of split between developer test-based and security researcher-based, just because I guess I've been a developer for almost as long as I am a security researcher. And it kind of ties into even my current roles. All right, so tip 1 is architect first, code later. There's nothing worse than, as a security researcher or a developer, than trying to fix your bugs and then realizing that one bug fix results in something else happening, which means you can't fix it anymore, and you have to Band-Aid patch another thing, and then that thing can't be fixed because you have to Band-Aid patch another thing. As a security researcher, that nothing is more dangerous than this, but also as a developer, it becomes really hard to manipulate your code, to add new features, to add behavior when you have new code that you want to add. And at the end of the day, it makes your code much harder to read. That means when you bring new developers on board, that's more time it takes for a developer to understand your system, and more time for security researchers in a review or in a bug bounty to understand what you're trying to do. I think this is probably one of the most underrated techniques, is just to really think about your code, figure out what do you want your system to do, how do you want to build it, identify the architecture of your contracts, of whatever your system is supposed to do, and code it later. And I know that's hard because even I tend to sit at a computer and just write code. But I will say, for a project that undergoes continuous development and continuous features, following this kind of practice makes just reading that code much easier. This is kind of related to maybe one of the previous tips, document everything. I think from a security researcher point of view, there's so many issues that we try to find in code bases, and they're because they're either wrong assumptions or invariants that maybe aren't correct. Yeah, sure, the documentation might not accurately reflect what the contract or the code is supposed to do, but as a developer, putting the actual effort into like documenting what you want your system to do, how certain functions work, what the expectations are, that can do a lot to actually helping other people understand your code. I think there's also been a lot of times looking at certain functions, certain code bases, and then realizing that all the documentation doesn't actually match the implementation. And then for security researchers, we have to spend a lot of time trying to figure out, all right, if that documentation or if that line isn't correct, what is it actually doing? It can help save a lot of time in order to bring people on board as well. All right, this one, I'm sorry for all you developers, but simultaneously test and code. Yeah, I know tests aren't that fun to write, and I've been in that space, I've been in that mindset. But I will say that it does help you think about your invariants. It does help you, or forces you to think about how you want your system to work, and it forces you to actually test the outputs of your function, which you wouldn't be doing if you were just writing the function. You wouldn't necessarily be thinking about how a function is supposed to behave if you weren't actually writing the test with it. This can help with, at the very least, extending your unit tests, extending your test cases, such that, sure, maybe your test coverage may not be 100%, but it will be higher than if you were coding and then testing afterwards. It also helps to use this method to test for edge cases, because if you're forcing yourself to say, there's a function with an if statement that covers different corner cases, having a test for that means that you're also increasing your coverage there. And I think there's kind of a really useful use case for these unit tests is essentially finding bugs before your security review or finding bugs before your bug bounty. All right, this one is kind of related to what I'm saying before, is trying to automate as much as you can. There's going to be a lot of bugs when you write your code. That's already a known factor. The more time that you put in your development process to documenting, to testing, the more bugs you'll find when your code is undergoing development, and also the easier it is generally to actually fix those issues. Such that hopefully when you get to your security review or your future security practices, hopefully there's less low-hanging fruit so that the security researchers can actually focus on the really fun, technical, architectural, maybe even protocol level design concerns, rather than we found another reentrancy here, exploitable here with this token. Because that's something you could find with a tool, and it would save you, it would maximize how you use your security reviews in a better way. This last tip for developers is kind of higher level, not necessarily in the weeds, is proactively trying to figure out how can you increase security within your life cycle. What are processes that you could use in order to find bugs during development, such that your bugs that are found future in kind of the auditing side or the kind of further security side are the big ones. Generally, the smaller the code, the bugs have less impact within the system to fix. And so the more bugs that you find while you're writing your code, the better for your code. All right, this is kind of flip-flopping tracks because I am also, or mainly a security researcher now. So I guess raise of hands, how many of you are security researchers or interested in heading that direction? Okay, then let's get started. This next tip is preemptively ask questions and preemptively identify all of the assumptions that developers are making. And this ties kind of into the previous recommendation for developers about documenting your system. Nothing is harder than trying to identify what did you actually try to build in the first place. A lot of the time, I'll look at a code base and then realize, yeah, I think that's what was intended. I'm not entirely sure. Here's me looking at the code base. Here's what I think it's supposed to do, but it's really hard to have that clarification. And if you make a wrong assumption during your code review, I mean, you could be missing a bunch of bugs and issues within the actual code because you misunderstood how it was supposed to be used. So for that, I would recommend collaborating with your security team, collaborating with the developers. Make sure that you take the time and the effort to identify all the assumptions that you're making in your security review, and make sure that that's aligned with how developers intended users to use their system. All right, this one is a bit of an overlap as well, but essentially as a security researcher, building a mental model of the code base is incredibly important because, and this graphic is from the most, I guess, Sherlock Holmes, where he kind of references thinking about different concepts in terms of a mind castle, and where he can kind of figure out how to categorize information into this kind of strategic model that he can kind of be able to parse through information, be able to understand things, and then be able to bounce ideas. As a security researcher, this is super important just because once you have this mental model of whatever code base you're looking at, now you can start to understand, okay, this is how this particular flow works. This is how developers intended this certain flow to progress, and then you can look for deviations and assumptions where they might go wrong. A lot of the times, this helps with kind of taking a break, and then you can be able to really understand like different impacts of like different issues, and especially a kind of higher level view of the system. Understanding just like how the code base was built and how it works goes a long way. All right, this next tip is to learn your tools. As a security researcher, there's endless number of tools that you can use to verify whether developers are doing things correctly. Endless number of different like fuzzing integrations, verification integrations that you can check things. And I think there's far too much conversation about which is better. I don't think that's a productive discussion. Instead, I think it's more important for security researchers to really sit down, play with each of these tools, figure out when do they come in handy, when are they most powerful, and really learn how to use them. I think there's also endless resources on how to use these, and at least for me as a developer, I just have so much fun playing around with these. I think the more you play around with different tooling and the more you play around with comparisons, like for example, like fuzzing a code base or like writing unit tests on a code base, I think the easier it will be to test the code and playing around with the code base with these tools. That helps you in a different way because with code, then you can test the code base. You can kind of see, okay, what are the different branches within your function? How do you invoke certain like if statements? How do you trigger or revert? And it really gives you a good idea of how the system works. So I guess the TLDR of this is really just play around with as many tools as you can and see where they help you the most. As a security researcher, I've realized that how developers intended users to use their system never really matches to how users intend to use it. I think that's just because developers have an assumption of, this is the one flow that users are going to use, and it's just this is it. And users are always creative in terms of arguments or just like the ways that they call smart contracts. Any potential deviation in these two things can be a fairly big bug and can result in like an impact in the system. So it is one area to look at. My last tip is to lean on each other's strengths. I think from a security researcher side, I was kind of sitting in both sides before, but as a security researcher, they bring kind of understanding of, the security implications in the system, security kind of tooling and knowledge there. Developers usually understand how they want their system to be used, kind of the more strategic side. And I think for a security review, you can really take advantage of those two things and really collaborate with each other and lean on each other's strengths to maximize, or rather to shorten the amount of time it takes both parties to understand a code base and then to maximize the number of bugs you find during a review. All right, with that, I'll pass it off to Tincho.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Let's put the stopwatch. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all here. Thank you for coming. I know it's early. Some of you went partying last night, probably. Hopefully not too hard. So the idea is continuing talking about these tips for security researchers, for developers. Nice to see many developers in the room. Next time, perhaps you can put like security researchers on one side, developers on the other, and like we throw each other stuff or something like that just to get it started. But anyway, yeah, let's be honest, okay? I don't think many of us here, and I include myself, we are not going to invent the next new big thing, right? It's probably the case that we are iterating on something that somebody else in the past built, or that somebody else in the past found. So it might make sense to learn from history and to learn from what somebody else found or what somebody else built to try to secure the thing that we are doing, that we are reviewing. So for example, you will find, particularly in crypto, that we are very good at publishing things. It's not usual in the rest of the security industry to public audit reports. You should take advantage of that. This is just one example of ciphering Solidit, where you will find basically a database of issues that have been reported in the past by many security researchers across multiple platforms, auditing companies. If you don't want to use this, you can go, I don't know, Trail of Bits, I think, publishes reports, Open Zeppelin publishes, Consensus Diligence publishes, Sigma Prime does the same, and I could go on and on and on. So I'm not saying that you should read all reports like you read a novel, but probably you should at least skim through them. If you are building a new protocol that, I know, it's a DeFi lending stuff or some DEX or some whatever that you're building next, go see if there's some similar project out there that has done similar things to you. That probably the answer is yes. And go read the issues, and probably you will find cool stuff. Just to double check if you're not missing out on something. It's sad when we see out there in the community the same issues being repeated again. So please, I don't know, take a look at this or many other resources out there. We already talked about this, but I just want to reinforce the idea, particularly for people doing security research out here. It's very difficult to understand to what extent you should go deep, to what extent you should go wide, and there is no clear answer. There's never a clear answer. My only tip here is whenever you are very much in the depths of a code base, be careful, okay? It's very easy to get entangled in, I know, line 250 of that 1,000-line assembly code that you're reviewing, and you end up finding something very cool that, I know, you can do something very unexpected in that function, but then it's very hard to sum out because you need to find the actual attack vector. You need to understand impact in the project. And to understand impact, you should have context. How many times have you found something to then realize that, well, yeah, but nobody can exploit this? If you're a little bit evil, you might end up reporting that still to the developers just to fight with them, and they will end up telling you that, well, it's not exploitable. So zoom out, have context, understand where you are standing, understand the expected use cases. An issue could be an issue for you, but if the system is not actually expected to be used that way, I don't know, if it's not expected to integrate with that or protocol that you're thinking about, or it's not expected to use that token that you're thinking about, your issue won't make sense. So have in mind these kind of things. Diminishing returns are I know, something that I struggle with. And actually, I have questions. I don't have tips. I will borrow tips from you if you have some silver bullets to solve this. I usually don't know to what extent I should be chasing down bugs. I mean, it will depend on the kind of engagement that you're doing, right? So I will talk about this later, but auditing is not bug hunting, and it's not doing contests, for example. So to what extent you should be chasing down bugs? To what extent you should be going into that rabbit hole? When should you stop? Probably experience will tell you something about it. You will start growing some intuitions little by little on to what extent you should be going down certain paths and not choosing others. Then when it comes to reporting, doing proof of concepts is also a place where we lose ourselves as security people. How much detail should you put in that? How many, how much infrastructure should you be setting up to test that bug you found in that breach that connects 1,000 layers, 3s and 4s and whatever. Sometimes it's very complicated and you might end up losing too much time on that. I've been sometimes like a week trying to set up a whole testnet environment to try out an exploit. just to realize that then when I reported, perhaps it wasn't the case, or the proof of concept it's too complicated to run, or I end up debugging my own proof of concept instead of debugging the actual code that I need to review. So again, just questions to think about, things to consider. And then the last one, I'm not a very big fan of this new security contest, but some people in the room might be. You will find these escalation wars. If you're not familiar with it, essentially in contests you will find people like competing to submit bugs. At some point in time, I think this is true in many platforms, but they all do similar things, but not exactly the same. People will start fighting each other just to escalate their issues and try to make them more severe, or to fight back the judges or whatever. And you will see like endless threads of people throwing shit at each other and spending precious time on that while they could be doing something more valuable for the ecosystem. But again, I've been in some cases there, and I know the feeling, and it's very hard to understand to what extent we should be doing it. But anyway, diminishing returns. Okay, diagrams. Yes, I love this part. As a security researcher, I'm a visual thinker. So that means that I oftentimes find myself like drawing stuff just to think about the things that I want to do. I also write a lot, and I will tell you about writing then. But let's talk diagrams now. I use diagrams to understand systems, and I do different kind of level of details in diagrams. This was me, for example, trying to understand account abstraction in the past. And I ended up drawing this. As I was going through the code, through documentation and everything, I was just drawing stuff and trying to understand what I was seeing. In this case, it's more kind of an architectural diagram. I don't know. I don't even think about it. I just write components, and I write names, and try to see which are the actors, how are the relationships. And this, at least for me, is very useful. Perhaps for you too. So take a look at it, and perhaps you will find something valuable. Then I do some other things. In terms of diagram, I could go into more detail with them. In this case, was me just thinking about the DEM vulnerable DeFi. This is kind of a set of security challenges that I created. This is one of the solutions for one of them. So I was explaining this at DSS, and I used a diagram to explain the actual solution. So you will see me like doing function calls and usually drawing where are the funds and where we should be putting the funds and everything. This is just one example. In real audits, probably I will be doing bigger things, such as this. I do go in depth sometimes. So this was me back hunting in Lido. So in this case, I was reviewing mainnet contracts, and I needed kind of to create a mental map of how the contracts work and how they interact with each other and where are the addresses. And then I would use like, which are the EOAs. In this case, there's a multisig in there. And then I would try to understand how fees are distributed, and I also use diagrams, and I would try to understand storage layout, and I would also use diagrams, and so on and so forth, right? So you might say that I'm spending too much time drawing stuff and not looking at code, but this is just the way I think oftentimes, and I find this valuable. In many cases, I ended up finding bugs just by looking at diagrams and trying to understand how actors and contracts relate to each other, or sometimes I end up finding kind of holes in my diagrams, so I realized that people can call things that shouldn't be able to be called. So yeah, and well, you can use whatever tool, right? So you can use online tools, your whiteboards in your rooms, in your offices, whatever that you feel like. Moving out of the comfort zone is another good thing that we should be all trying to do in many aspects of life, but let's just keep with security research. I just put that picture of that book because I like it. If you want to read it, and give it a try. It has a chapter about the comfort zone. So if you're a security researcher, probably sometimes you will find yourself growing experience in certain fields, in certain categories, let's call them, of vulnerabilities or even protocols. But sometimes it's good to do something else. Earlier this year, I've been, for most of my career, I've been auditing Solidity smart contracts. So I don't have that much experience auditing nodes and infrastructure, for example. But earlier this year, there was a contest, I think it was on Cantina, for Blast. And I had the chance to either go for the smart contracts. I mean, I didn't have much time, so I had to choose smart contracts or go for the node, which was written in Golang. It was a fork of Geth. And I decided to go for Geth, for the fork. And I didn't look at the smart contracts. I missed all the fun that people had with the smart contracts. But I did have lots of fun reviewing Geth. And I learned a lot. And I ended up finding issues, and we did quite well. But I wouldn't have said that I was an auditor of Golang code. But I ended up finding things. And that only happened just because I moved out of the comfort zone and I started learning Go. I had never written anything about Golang. So I learned about it, I did a few courses, I prepared myself, I went in there and ended up finding things. And even if you don't find things, it might be the case that you end up learning, which is always cool. And the things that you learn, you can actually use in the next contest that you do. And little by little, you can specialize in that new technology that you're exploring. So I'm not saying you should always be doing this. Otherwise, it's like you're not specializing in anything. But every now and then, see where you can do something else. If you are a smart contract auditor, see where you can audit a node. Or the other way around, right? Just give it a try and see, and then you can tell me about it. So writing, I told you that I'm a visual thinker, but I also like writing a lot. 2 articles that I recommend, essays about from Paul Graham that I recommend reading about writing and the importance of writing, particularly for thinking. I do very much agree with the idea that you only know something if you can write about it and you can explain it to someone else by writing it. And that's the only way I'm sure that I understand something. Probably if you follow me online, you know that I write a lot and I publish articles on the blog of the Red Guild. And that's the way I think. And I spend a lot of time writing. So when I do audits, I explain myself functions in writing. I take down notes and line by line, I explain myself what the function is doing. And in that way, I can find bugs. Because what I write sometimes doesn't make sense. Also, when we're exploring a new code base, it's the case that we explore many different lines of thought. But you cannot be jumping around many lines of thought, right? I'm single-threaded, so I can only do one thing, right? So I write down the other ideas that I have, and I don't want to forget them. So I write them down, and then I come back to them later, in the next day or whatever. And to communicate, I always say that doing security for me is, particularly for auditors, 50% finding bugs and 50% communicating bugs. You might be the best finding a bug, but if you cannot actually write a good report and communicate that to someone else and convince that someone else that you're right about it, it doesn't make any sense. So do learn to write. It's very, very, very important, and it's also somewhat fun. So I do recommend that. A particular strategy to find bugs, it's just sometimes going for what's not tested. What I sometimes do is essentially jump into a test suite, see which are the public functions in the contracts that are never called, and start exploring there. It's usually the case that whenever there's a public function that is never called from the test, it could be, yeah, it's sometimes the case that there might be something at least to explore in that sense. Then what I would do is that I take advantage of the existing tests, I modify them, I hook into them, I rework them, I bring them wrong, I do whatever I want with the tests, but just because I don't want to be building tests from scratch, right? So I want to reuse the existing test suite. That's why it's very important to always take a look at them, try to use them, run them, and see if it helps you. We could talk a little bit more about this. I don't want to extend myself. I do have some minutes left, according to Rajiv. He told me I had some extra time. So for me, auditing is not backhunting, backhunting is not contest, and contests are not auditing. The skills, the mindset, the experience, the intuitions, the way that you play these games is totally different. And you might be the best auditor out there. I consider myself a good auditor in the past. And then I moved to contest, and I realized that people play a different kind of game in there. And perhaps I wasn't the best doing that. And backhunting is the same, right? In auditing, you will find yourself doing client-facing work. You will find yourself going deep and going wide and going very detailed and writing very detailed reports and talking a lot with developers, not necessarily discussing, but just thinking along with them just to find more vulnerabilities and bugs. And you have access to these developers oftentimes. You also feel the responsibility when you're an auditor, particularly if you're leading audit. You feel responsible for what you're doing, which might not be sometimes the case if you're just backhunting, right? In backhunting, you're just perhaps a solo backhunter. You're shirtless in your home, just doing whatever you want, looking at some code. Sometimes you look at it more, you look at less. You might not feel as responsible as other people. You can go as deep as you want. You can just get one win and you're done. Auditors might need to find everything. It's a very different mindset. And in contests, well, contests for me are just like madness. Some people find it fun. Sometimes I do. But again, it's a different kind of game. You should be finding sometimes specific bugs that are more unique. You should be thinking differently about how to report. Some people even influence judges. Some people throw shit at each other just to escalate their bugs. I mean, they are a different mindset too. So if you're an auditor, perhaps you're not a bug hunter, and perhaps you're not good at contest, or the other way around, but choose your ground and know what you're doing. About to wrap up, so whatever ground you choose, try to be professional. We see lots of people on Twitter not representing very well the security community in many ways. So I always try to share with people these ideas of being assertive without being aggressive. Stand your ground, but not necessarily being aggressive with developers, being empathetic to them, and you developers with us security researchers too. We try to always be as thoughtful as possible. We take our time to think about the things we want to report, the things that we want to explore, the things that we share with you. Always putting as much attention to detail as possible. This is a big thing to me. Paying attention to details in reports, to the code when I'm trying to find bugs. So being very thorough, being sometimes slow, and being thoughtful about what I do. And always trying to be kind to each other. This is the kind of the hippie part, but trying to be kind to each other and respectful. We all have, we are all humans. We have friends, family, problems. We can get very adversarial sometimes. But as long as we are respectful to each other and we don't bullshit each other publicly on Twitter, sometimes it could be necessary a little bit. But please avoid those bullshit reports on Twitter, or you are just public shaming somebody that is not answering your report that you just submitted 15 minutes ago, and it ends up being an informational or whatever. So try to be professional. We're trying to build a big security community here. Wrapping up, have patience. Everything takes time, particularly when you're doing security. Becoming a security researcher takes time. Finding bugs takes time. Reporting, triaging, judging, escalations. Let's not even talk about how payment sometimes takes endless time. So yeah, it's a game of patience. Lots of people coming to me, what should I do? How should I get started? How should I find this and this and that? And what I always do is be patient because we are here for the long run. Rajiv, you're up. Thank you.
Great. Good to see people sticking around till the 30th tip. So people may be getting hungry, but I would request you to stick around for 12 more. There is a fun quiz at the end with rewards, which may be interesting. All right, so the next 10 tips, more memes, I would say. I would like us to zoom out, right? So we've had fantastic tips sort of covering both the security researcher mindset, good to see developers as well, so covering that as well. And by the way, on that, we need more people in security. So if you're devs, then do consider not just securing your own code base and having that attacker mindset, security mindset, but do consider looking into security, getting into more of security as well. So in this case, the first thing is really, both as a dev as well as a security researcher, is to zoom out and sort of assess the protocol that you're building or reviewing, right? First thing is, I mean, look at this. So Billy, somebody hands him or her money, right? But would like to sort of take time to explain the importance of smart contract security. But of course, you know, YOLO, go and degen mode, look at what the assets are, put it into the vending machine, do some actions, and then, you know, make money or regret, right? So this is, I mean, this may seem like fun, but it's all about the assets, right? I mean, that's why we're here. All these assets are being put on the blockchain in various forms. What are those assets? As a protocol, you obviously will have a very clear view as a developer. But as a security researcher, this is the first thing you need to see. What tokens, right? Where are they being held? Where is it entering the system? And more importantly, where is it exiting the system? Because attackers are really looking to exit out of the system with these assets, right? So having this mental model documentation of assets is really critical. And of course, actors, right? I mean, these actors could be users of your system, could be abusers, could be attackers, could be developers themselves in the sense of, you know, all the code that's gone in and potential impacts, negative impacts as well. I'll get into more of that later. It could be even the governance, right? I mean, here we are talking about smart contracts in general, right? So it could be even the governance, and how does governance as an actor factor in to your threat model or trust model? So that has to be considered. And of course, all the actions, right? So what are the various actions that can be taken by these actors? When are these actions happening? When does it make sense? When doesn't it make sense, right? I mean, these will be very clear to the developers or the security researchers once in the context of the protocol, but you really have to zoom out and think about these very consciously. And how are these actions impacting the assets? How are they impacting the actors? And why does this all make sense? So that is at a 100,000 foot level. I think this is really what security is about. So if you go back, I mean, for those who are familiar with security theory, this is really what an access control matrix is. You have the subjects operating on the objects. You have the matrix of permissions, right? So this is fundamentally what we are looking at. All right, the second meme. So you may see sort of repeating or repetitive things in the tips that we've been talking about, but this is what we are doing consciously to drive these points home, right? As a developer, you may have an expectation of your ideal users, right? Or the users of your protocol. But the reality is going to be very different. And as a security researcher, this is something you have to pay, great attention to, right? Again, users and abusers. How does this particular protocol get normally, how does it function normally? What's the normal behavior? But then that is fine. We need to build that model, but what we are looking at is the anomaly, right? How can this go wrong? Now, not all anomaly is bad, right? I mean, obviously, there are so many things that we don't intend to capture in the protocol, which is fine. And not every anomaly is a security issue, right? It's really a small subset of that is what we call as bugs, right? But really vulnerabilities that really impact the system, that affect the assets, that affect the actors, drain it out, and everything in between. So this is something that is super critical that all the developers should really be thinking about, right? How is this going to be used? How is this going to be abused? The reality is going to be, right, more than one user. I mean, the monkeys on the keyboard sort of an analogy, right? So really pay attention to this. And this is not just the users. I mean, this could be, again, extending to all the actors, right? It could be the governance as well. We've seen a whole bunch of governance attacks where it wasn't within the threat model to really consider something like that happening, but that is really what happens. And for the users, right, I mean, this applies really to every scenario. So as a user or a security researcher, we could expect on the flip side, a particular sort of a behavior from the developers, right? But of course, we have scams, we have rug pulls. So even there, the reality might really not match what our expectation is. So for all the users, developers, and the security researchers, there's really a message here. Great, so third meme. Challenge assumptions. I mean, we are saying this repeatedly in different, using different memes, different ways of saying it. But this is really the root of all bugs, right? The assumptions made by the developer about the user, the assumptions made by the security researcher about the code base, about the developer, the assumptions made by the developer and the security researcher about the users. I mean, all combinations, right? So this is really the root of anything that's wrong with security, right? So question everything. As a developer, question all possible scenarios, all the different ways that, maybe you have a design, maybe you have a spec from your team, but how can this be used, right? How can this be abused? Question everything, every scenario, all that has to be captured within your model. And as a security researcher, again, question everything, right? I mean, ask, Nat mentioned, Tincho as well, about questioning everything to yourself and as much as you can to the protocol, to the developer team as well, right? Because if we do not understand as a security researcher, if we do not understand what this is supposed to do, how is this going to be used, we certainly cannot understand how this is going to be abused, right? So as much as possible, obviously, practically, there's obviously a limit. It's all time boxed. So figure out, and this depends on the model as well. So if you're doing a collaborative review, you have quite a bit of leeway in terms of asking questions. If you're doing a contest, maybe not as much. If you're doing a bug bounty, again, very limited ways of sort of questioning the protocol about every nit and nitty-gritty detail that you may want to know about, right? But try to get an idea of who, again, actors, actions, assets, who is it, what is it being done, when, and where, right? So that is really critical. Question everything. And security is nothing without discovering the misuse scenarios, right? Again, repeating myself, use and misuse, critical. And abuse is really a subset of misuse. So figuring out just the various misuse things is not going to do much as a security researcher. You have to figure out the abuse cases. And the abuse cases are really the vulnerabilities. We'll talk about the impact in a bit. And really to map out what the attack surface is, right? So for a developer, in this case, it is really to reduce the attack surface of your protocol, of your code base, reduce it so that, one way to reduce it is to reduce the complexity, right? Reduce the number of actions that can be done, figure out what is really critical. There is a concept called guarded launch. Maybe you can do it in steps. Various ways to reduce attack surface, because if you reduce it, then the potential for abuse is much lower, right? So the probability goes down. And your actors and attackers, I mean, we are in the blockchain environment, right? So in this case, we are really looking at sort of the worst case scenarios from an adversarial mindset. Anything and everything can be attacked and will be attacked, and by anyone who is a part of the system. So we are really looking at a very high bar, right, when it comes to who that attacker is. Unlike the Web 2 or the Web 1 world, we do not have a good idea of who the insiders are and who the outsiders are, what is the characterization of the normal users of my system. So it's a really adversarial mindset that should be kept in mind when you're designing, coding, and reviewing. Great. So severity, Tincho talked about this in the context of bounties and contests. This is probably more relevant for the security researchers, right? If we do not determine and communicate, like Tincho said, what the impact is, then it's of no use, right? I mean, it's probably going to be like an informational finding or maybe a low severity one, but not much. But quantifying that is super critical. And the way, the sort of the rule of thumb is to see, evaluate the assets. Are they being lost? Are they being locked? Is it temporary? Really objective in terms of how we determine it. But likelihood, which is really the probability or bounties, right? This is again, I mean, if you're evaluating, if you're one of the judges or if you're on the team looking at any of these contest results or bounty submissions, this is something that you need to pay attention to, right? And it's tricky, but it is really important. Great. So for the Star Wars fans, it's really all about being consistent. For the developers, it's about being consistent with your checks in different parts of your code base on the various assets, on the various actors and actions. If these checks are inconsistent, then it leads to inconsistent transitions, right, in your protocol. And those result in inconsistent state. And that is, again, the root of all bugs, right? I mean, these may seem very obvious, very simplistic, but at a 100,000 foot level, that's what it really is, right? So if you go back to the code that you're looking at, that you're developing or you're reviewing, look for these patterns of checks. Anything that's done in one place that is missing in other places, that is, it's a big red flag. It's a good starting point. Right. So Web3, well, this is a meme adopted from Web 2, right? And it's I think I've seen it used in the context of dependencies, where the small block that you see marked out as bug is really a dependency for almost everything that you run, but it is small. Nobody really knows about it. Nobody really knows when it was developed and whether it's being maintained. And breaking that, right, could really bring down the entire space. So in the case of Web3, I think it is very similar, and I think it's even worse, because Web3 is not a sort of isolated. There have been many talks here that talk about the Web 2 aspects of security, so we won't get into that. But the bugs in Web 3 can be anywhere, and really they're everywhere at this point. So this may paint a very sort of red, nasty sort of picture, very pessimistic outlook, but I think we are getting better, right? I mean, it's worse. It was worse. It also sort of signals the maturity of the entire stack, the entire space, but these are getting better, right? And as we do this, we're also adding a lot more code base, lot of new infra, a lot of new tooling. So it's sort of cat and mouse game, right? You fix these bugs, but there are new ones, there's new code bases, and there are new bugs in them. So for the developers, I guess the message here is that every line of your code base matters, right? So just be very conscious about everything that is getting into your code base. Try to see if it is really required or not. And for the reviewers, for the security researchers, read every line. That's not enough. Read between the lines as well. And what this means is, it's relatively easier to sort of find bugs in the code that you see, but it's much harder to imagine things, to imagine bugs in the parts that you don't see, right? So do that, and that, even then it's not enough, right? So it's almost an unreachable challenge for the security researchers, because you have to read every line, between the lines, and beyond the lines. Beyond the lines is really about the dependencies that you see here, right? It's not enough if you look at what your code base is, but all the other code bases. I mean, we're really building the Legos of the future, or the financial DeFi blocks, the future internet 3.0, pick your term, right? If we want to build that, then they have to work together. And if they have to work together, we cannot afford to have security issues in the glue that is connecting them, right? So that is the real part here. So in the case of Web3 smart contracts specifically, you may be looking at dependencies on oracles, right? I mean, dependencies on other protocols, dependencies on your web tooling. All those can have bugs and has to be within your threat model. Great. So next meme, for all the Matrix fans here, bugs are really everywhere, right? They're really there in every code base. It's pretty much a matter of what incentives are, right, for the developers or the researchers to find them. So the message here is, look at what's there and what's missing. For all the developers, think like an attacker, right? The security mindset, how can it be broken? So that is really the sort of the repetitive message here. And for the researchers, obviously, think like that, but also act like a white hat, right? We can get into more of those stories later on. I think Yoran had a talk earlier on with talking about bounties stories at the security conference. Okay, so this again is invariance, right? A lot of security, well, a lot of it in the smart contract space and in your code base boils down to invariance. Invariance is another term for properties. What properties should hold in your code base? What properties should not hold good in this code base, right? And these have to be consciously thought about, right? I mean, this comes up in the context of formal verification, typically, where you'll have to specify the invariance and then use a checker. But then even without that, as a developer, before you write a line of code, right, think about what invariant should this satisfy? What are the properties that I'm actually coding for? And document it. Great if it can be a formal specification, fantastic, right? Because then we can use formal verification tools. But let's even lower the bar, right? Write it in plain English. What is my code supposed to do? That is super critical for all the researchers and reviewers who look at your code base. Nat talked about this as well. Document everything, right? Put it in code comments, inline comments. Communications is going to be super critical in this space. And all of us are sort of repeating all this over and over again because it's really all these fundamental principles that apply. So read, as a security researcher, read all this. Hopefully the devs have written up all this. Ask questions, be direct in asking your protocol teams or your on your favorite contest or bounty platforms. Ask. You may not get the answer, but it doesn't hurt. And ultimately, try to infer some of these if you don't get the answers, right? So that's possible as well. There's a fantastic area of research where you can actually infer invariants. And a simple way of thinking about it is inconsistent checks. If there are some checks, if there are checks in some places and not, then it's either an invariant or those missing checks are sort of exceptional paths. So try to infer looking at clues in the code and docs and so on. All right, the final tip is just find it, right? I mean, we tend to talk a lot, think a lot, but ultimately it is really about reading the code, right? And the good part of the space is most of these protocols are open source. They have verified sources, so you can actually look at the code base, right, and know that, okay, it's hopefully the same one that was reviewed was deployed. Look at the code. There is no bug-free code. It may not be the criticals or the highs, but it may be the lows and the infos, but there are bugs, right? Read the code, find the bugs, and like all of us have said, both for devs and for researchers, I think success, we may think of overnight successes, but we don't see we see the tip of the iceberg, but there is a lot of preparation that people have done, right? People have spent years, decades, in different ways. Practice, and then ultimately patience. So I have the pleasure of also sort of summarizing a lot of all these steps. We'll do that in the next two slides, and then we will have time for questions. We have 10 minutes, and then there's also a fun contest. So quickly, right, for devs, before you code, specify and design. And after and during you code, test, right? So this is not, I mean, it's written as sort of a linear thing, but it's really sort of a cyclical thing. It happens, it's a helical model. So do that repeatedly. Think about assets, actors, and actions. Actions, think about where assets leave your system. Security mindset is critical in this space, both for devs and the security researchers. Shift left, which is a really well-known thing in the space. And all it means is that let's not wait for, test in prod kind of a meme, right? Think about security even before you start coding for the devs. Think about, I mean, that's really the environment we are in this case, right? Test properties, test invariants, use your favorite tool. It could be, the provers. We have some fantastic ones from the Sartora prover. Use fuzzing. We have the Medusa from Trailobits. Use simpler static analysis tools. We have so many of them. As an example, Slither. And if you're more into bug bounties, you have various tools there as well. Use Foundry. Use Solodit as an example to look at some of the to learn from the past. Use Glider to look at things on the mainnet. There's just so many of these tools. Play around with them, right? I mean, some of them may really work for you, some of them not. And for the devs, obviously, the bug bounties and the things may not really matter for the devs. But all the various other tools, right? There are so many plugins for your dev environments. Use those to test it out. There are testing frameworks. There are various extensions. The key is to find your tools and your techniques, right? And there are, we are lucky to have a good choice. Think about the use and abuse scenarios. Think about the adversarial environment. Think about defense and depth, right? Because if there is any place where we require defensive programming, this is it, right? Do not assume that I have an array and it won't overflow, right? Or I have this code path, it won't be executed, or nobody will create a pool with this weird ERC20 token, right? Do not make assumptions, right? And for devs in this case, so won't repeat. We're out of time. We want to save time for questions as well. But all these things, right? And all these slides will be available soon. The video, I believe, is being live streamed. But the bottom one, I think, is critical, right? We tend to get overwhelmed, but take care of your code as devs from a security perspective, and more importantly, take care of yourself. Well, with that, thank you. Cool. So I think we have questions. We can take, I don't know if people in the room have questions or if they have used the tool to put it up here, but maybe we'll start with this.
Hello.
All right, the first one. What do you think regarding an issue in ERC20 standard discovered in 2017 which caused $115 million loss by Ethereum users? Which one is this?
I don't. The what?
This is the lack of transaction handling.
I don't recall that one. I don't know.
I will post link in this chat.
Okay. I don't have a formed opinion about it.
Thank you.
Okay, while that link is getting posted, I think we have one that went up. How would you say your process is unique? What do each of you do differently from everyone else? Oh, that's a good one.
I would lie if I would say my process is unique. I don't think it's honestly. I don't think it's unique. I think well, I haven't worked with these guys side to side, but I do believe to some extent that our process might look similar. Sometimes I think we might differentiate to what extent we use tooling, for example. That's one case. In my case, I don't use tooling very much. I'm very much a manual reviewer. But perhaps not Rajiv or Jonah might use some more tooling sometimes.
I'll go first. Okay, so I was very interested in this topic last year, or sometime last year, like different methods of approaching bounties, audits, and there's a lot of different ways of going about audits and security research, but in the end, they're all not that dissimilar. I think Rajiv's last slide is just read the code. In the end, that's kind of what everybody ends up doing. Everybody builds this like general mental framework that they add information into as they read code, writing specifications, running tools. They are all just methods of thinking, writing another method of thinking about the code, but in the end, you're all just like mentally processing. And yeah, so I don't think it's going to be super dissimilar.
Yeah, I would echo that. I don't think it's that different. I used to do a lot of my reviews with invariant testing and fuzzing, but I don't think that's atypical. I think if you put the time into really learning how to use the tools, I think anyone can really spin up like a fuzz test. It's really just a matter of kind of how complex you want to get with that.
There's too many tools. Should we pick that one? I think Nat had a slide on this. Doesn't matter which tool you use, just use the ones that work for you. I feel like that's very true. There's a couple of VS Code extensions that are super nice. I personally don't end up relying a lot on this kind of tool. I use VS Code bookmarks, super useful. But that's not really a security research tool. Obviously, you're going to use some syntax highlighting, go-to definition type tooling. But beyond that, it's really like what works well for you. And I recommend you try out like all the different things. In terms of researchers to recommend, these guys.
There are a whole bunch. I mean, just go on Twitter, look up. And let me look at the publication, right? Which publication? So I would definitely do a shout out to Block Thread by Peter from Coinbase. So as a publication, so it's I think a weekly thing where all the threads in this ecosystem are very neatly compiled. So do take a look at that if you're interested. And if you're specifically interested in smart contract bugs, then the various reports from contests, from different different firms like Diligence, they all have whatever publicly available reports on their GitHubs. There is SoloRid that compiles it. So those would be definitely some. There is a whole, all these security videos, right? Recorded talks. So there was a DeFi Security Summit, DSS conference last week. And I think we had pretty much most of the leading researchers in this space, Web3, Web2, anything in between, every aspect, right, were there. All their thoughts have been captured. So just go to those YouTube channels or wherever they're hosted, take a look at it. So that is something I would definitely recommend.
I found the link, by the way. You can find it in this thread if you scroll down the comments.
Okay, I don't know how to scroll down. Not in this. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll hang around so you can show it to us offline as well. Yeah, sorry.
I wanted to add something about tooling. I personally use Foundry a lot. Does it count as a tool? I don't know, but I write tests and I do fuzzing with Foundry. That's mostly what I do, and yeah, Visual Studio code extensions and that kind of things.
Cool. Can we go back to the slide? I think there was just one slide we needed to show for the quiz. So while it comes up, so this is a short quiz. It's really 15 minutes. And you don't have to finish it now. Just look at the QR code. It's 8 multiple choice questions. There's a small contract which was designed by, and this was designed by Tincho. It has, for the devs and for the security researchers, there are some bugs in these contract snippets. So if you go to that link and if you use this password, you'll be able to answer the quiz. And the top two participants will get tickets to DSS next year. DSS is the DeFi Security Summit, the security conference that happened last week here in Bangkok. So hopefully it'll happen next year as well. So yeah, if you get a chance, do take a look. It's going to be open for about a day. And any further questions? So yes, thank you for sticking along. Any further questions? We are going to be hanging around in, there's one question in the room.
Thank you.
Can I explain the history of the issues that was asked regarding the ERC-20 standard? Can I explain it and ask you for your opinion regarding the issue?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. History of the ERC-20 attack?
The ERC-20 problem that was asked in this comments channel. The ERC-20 standard contains a security flaw that the Fabian Vogelsteller, the creator of ERC-20 standard, confirmed in 2023. It is classified as a lack of transaction handling. So the ERC-20 standard is designed in such a way that when you are trying to send tokens to a smart contract which is not designed to receive tokens, the tokens are lost permanently. For example, if you would send Ethereum to some smart contract which does not implement the receive function, or if you will send the NFT token to such contract that does not implement the on ERC-721 reception function, it will not be lost. But the ERC-20 token cannot be handled on the contract's side. As a result, if you send such tokens to a smart contract that cannot reject them, they will be permanently lost. So in 2017, this issue was described. There was $16,000 lost because of this issue at that time. In the next year, there were $2 million lost. In 2023, there were $60 million lost because of this issue, because it is still not patched. And on 1st November 2024, there were $90 million lost. And 2 days ago, a user lost $25 million because of this exact issue.
Got it. Yeah, I think we understand it now. So tokens sent to a contract being lost, right, as opposed to being sent accidentally to a contract, right? So I believe, I mean, it is how it has been designed. So users
Excuse me, why is Ethereum and NFT designed in another way and does not cause the loss of money for users? Do you want to say that the loss of money was designed?
I don't believe, so this is very specific to smart contracts, right? And it's nothing to do with the Ethereum base layer. And it also is about how your smart contract works, right? So we can go deeper into this. I think there's a misunderstanding here. So we can talk about this, but time's up, but we also want to take the last question in this room.
Thank you. Just very curious, perhaps maybe the three of you can like describe how you approach a fresh code base, where you study it, and like how do you map out, and what's your workflow like? Thank you.
How do you approach a fresh code base?
So I already answered the question, I think, before. So me personally, I start with the documentation, because there's going to be problems. Sometimes you already find bugs just reading the documentation. I think I saw a Twitter message the other day where someone actually did the same thing, found a bug reading just documentation, and then usually like global scanning of the code base. And then for me, I usually take the go deep approach. So I just like spearhead for the parts that I think are vulnerable. But I think that is mostly a bounty hunting approach. It doesn't work for auditing. Or, yeah, I'll let others speak to that.
Hey, thanks for the question. So in my case, I would say, yeah, documentation first, with a healthy dose of disrespect for the documentation. Don't trust everything that you read, because it might be a case that in the code doesn't match the documentation, so you have found issues there. And what I would also do is just, this is perhaps something personal, but I will just start with the little parts. I wouldn't go first for the big contracts where you have like all the main interaction and everything. Sometimes I just start by the small libraries, but isolated things that I can then just treat as black boxes in the future in the audit. So I would start at the beginning with those and then move up into complexity.
Yeah, I would echo documentation. I would also add starting to like find and identify invariants from the beginning. So I kind of start with that with documentation and then reading the code, finding some more invariants and kind of iterating throughout that process. I think over time, the more you understand about the code base, the more invariants you can find, and very likely the more invariants you can break.
Thank you.
Also for me. It's okay. Welcome everyone to this workshop about top hacks since last Devcon. Last Devcon was a long time ago actually, so a lot of hacks have happened since then. We'll talk about what we learn, but first, quick introduction about myself. I'm one of the founders at Chain Security. We are one of the old auditors in the space, you can say, responsible for a lot of audits, a lot of things in the Ethereum ecosystem. I will skip most of that, but just so you know who you're having in front of you, I'm more coordinating stuff, seeing a lot of the hacks, of course, working a lot on the responses. We also have our team here who is actually doing the audits. And I'm here together with Mudit. I'll let you introduce yourself, but many of you will know him.
Hey folks, I'm Mudit. I lead security and engineering as well now at Polygon. And yeah, like this is gonna be an interesting one. Like the aim is to go over all of the top hacks that have happened since last DevCon. Matthias and Chain Security have done all of the hard work. So, I mean, I'm here as a guest speaker, sort of. I'll go over a few things. There are a few nice things I want to talk about, especially about the WazirX hack and all of the other things Lazarus is doing, which I'm going to go in more detail in my talk tomorrow, but it's going to be a good teaser today. And yeah, let's continue.
So, the other participant is, of course, you guys, right? This is a workshop. So, the way I think we can best learn from security incidents is by sharing that knowledge of what happened. What did you learn from some of the things you have seen? What are your takeaways from some of the hacks we'll go over, in addition to the ones I compiled on these? So, we'll try something first on this, and that's one of the new Web3 thingies to do documents, right? So, try this. See if you can log in, see if it shows top hacks. It's a document we can all work on together to add insights to. It's kind of empty. It should show a heading. If this is not working, there is a Google Docs backup to do this, right? But I'll give you a second to try.
Yeah, we're going to have a bunch of good learnings there, and I'm going to use them later because the WazirX hack, I would reverse it. Like, I would want you guys to explain me how it happened. I have no idea how it happened. So let's focus on these, and then we can together figure out perhaps how the WazirX and Radiant hacks happened.
So who has the document open and sees something like top hacks? Just quick raise of your hands. 2, 3 managed, 4. Okay, yeah, some more.
I think we have consensus.
Yeah. You know, like, what is this? 5 out of 100 multisig here? So.
Good enough.
Okay, now this is an Ethereum conference, of course, and Ethereum has seen a lot of hacks because a lot of building happens actually on Ethereum, right? But the biggest hack is not on Ethereum. The biggest hack we have seen since last DevCon was a compromise of DMM Bitcoin's wallets. This, I need to go into it a little bit because the Bitcoin wallet is a little bit different, right? It did use a 2 out of 3 multisig, and this is natively supported on Bitcoin, right? It is not known a lot about how the attackers managed to gain access. So, at least not to me. Perhaps some of you have more insights in here. All I know is at some point, this exchange in something resembling a cold wallet, was splitting up like a lot of transactions into 500 Bitcoin batches, you can say, right? But they're all controlled by a single private key, or a multi-sig, so 2 out of 3 private keys. And they were sitting there for quite some time, right? And it was being used for some unspents, and yeah, it was kind of active whenever they had to fall back to it. But then at one point, an attacker drained it, but really not completely. They just used, I think, 9 unspents, the 9 largest ones, and they had a few months to collect those signatures in this case. So yeah, this is roughly what happened, right? The exchange was able to secure the remaining amount roughly 1 hour later. To me, it looks like a signature attack once again, not a compromise of private keys, because with a compromise of private keys, we would have seen everything drained, right? Somehow they managed to, perhaps with an insider, perhaps to phishing or whatever, it's very hard to say, that those signatures were created and then were in the end used. So this was by far the largest hack we have seen.
Yeah, and it's very similar to actually how WazirX got drained and also Radiant in the methodology, which we don't have 100% clarity on. We have theories on how such an attack could have happened, and we definitely have protections on how to prevent these, regardless of what the method was, which we'll discuss. But it's one of those brain teasers. You guys can, while we go over other hacks, try to decipher how something like this could have happened.
So my initial take on what can we do to make such an attack harder, right, is like you did see a very large wallet holding significant funds. And from a human perspective, you know, like at the end, someone had to sign, right? But a signature here exposed a lot of funds. So one way to reduce the risk is splitting funds, but that comes with its whole own set of risks, right? And we'll have a later hack which shows this whole set of risks there. The other thing is, what was special about this hack, which you are familiar with here, right? But which I haven't seen in other blockchains too much, is they choose the destination address carefully. It was an address which had the same 5 initial characters in the Bitcoin address and the last 2. This points that someone did compare the first 5 and the last 2, or those were shown to them as a valid address, right? And I think we'll go over this also. Even if it is kind of possible to compare a hash because you have a trusted source and you can compare the whole hash, laziness prevents us from doing that often because we just start with the first and the last, and yeah, that's fine, right? We kind of know this is secure now. It's the right address. But now, on to you guys. So, who has something to add to this first hack, the only one which is not on the Ethereum ecosystem? Yes, can we have the volunteers pass the microphones? Also, feel free to use the document and add stuff there, right? This is just collaborative. Competitive too?
No, it's just us farming our work out, so we don't have to do it. Yes, I have not.
So, what if to avoid this laziness, we would double hash things? Like, it is hard to brute force that you start and end with the same hex nibbles, and then that the hash of that itself matches the first and last hex nibbles. Would that help anyway, or would it overcomplicate things?
I can answer this one. No, it doesn't matter. Like it's same complexity to create that collision between a hash and a hash of hash and a hash of hash of hash, it's still brute force. So it's same complexity actually.
I can also repeat. Just shout and I repeat. That's perhaps faster.
Why is the wallet even let someone center it? Because there's almost no way that you organically hit those numbers. Like, there's almost no way that you hit another account that has the same first four and last four. It's like 1 in 82 trillion, whatever. So why doesn't it just get blocked at that stage?
Good point. So the point here is like, why didn't they have some software in place which automatically detects that there was something which looks similar and just blocks everything which looks similar, right? Well, hindsight,
Yeah,
this is a good idea.
But it's not something that's new.
It's not new, but that's the thing. Like, we are maybe 10 years behind from traditional security when it comes to security measures here. I mean, the epitome of security here is seeing a random hash on ledger before signing it. So we are far from where we should be. But yes, 100%. Like, in an ideal world, a wallet should protect you with these scenarios and should warn you, hey, this address is slightly different from where you send. Are you sure you want to send funds here? Banks do it with even names and things like that. Even with email phishing and so on. Like, if someone sends you an email with same name as someone you know, it shows you a warning, like it's not that same person and so on. So yes, these protections exist and our wallets should have it, but our wallets are very bare bones. The best we have gotten so far is this tiny window on a browser, which you have to scroll down to see details before you sign. So lots of work to be done there. And it will happen. We have made great strides, but we gotta remain secure while that work finishes.
Okay.
Question there?
One more, and then I go to the next hack.
Centralized exchanges remain the biggest threat. What about the whole user funds for centralized exchanges? You're still centralized in terms of the marketing process, but by default, automatically.
Yeah, so the question here is why is this the standard that you have centralized exchanges which do hold user funds instead that is a standard that you don't and people hold their own funds?
So I can answer this one as well. Like, because I'm a very practical person. Like, in reality, yes, I want every one of you to do self-custody and keep your keys secure. But the reality is there was one bigger hack than this one, which was just user phishing. Like, at least around $2 billion were lost since last Devcon to just users that are self-custodying being compromised and phished and so on. So, like, and these right now our audience is very technical. Like, anyone who's self-custodying is a relatively much more technical person than your average Joe. So if we want this technology to have mass adoption, we either need to make it much simpler to self-custody, or we need to make custodial services much safer. So in any case, there's lots of work needs to happen. There are trade-offs, but none is like objectively better than the other choice. Like, imagine telling your grandmom how to use MetaMask. Like, it's just not gonna happen. I would prefer she uses Coinbase. So.
Okay, let's go over to the next thing. And if you have more to add, right, don't hesitate to put it in this document. So, the next one was already teased. I'll let you cover it.
Yeah, exactly. It's I guess the second biggest one. This was, I think, around $230 million or so. And the way this was happened was very similar to the last one. It all started by, so WazirX had a system of a cold wallet and a hot wallet. So the hot wallet was used to honor all of the user withdrawals of funds and so on. And the cold wallet topped up the hot wallet whenever it needed more funds, there were more withdrawals. So the hackers, first thing they did was trigger this movement or force WazirX to move funds from cold wallet to hot wallet by continuously in a loop depositing Gala token and withdrawing Gala token. So when you deposit to an exchange, you get a unique address and you deposit there. It doesn't go to the hot wallet directly. So what this meant was the hot wallet ran out of funds. WazirX still had all of the tokens, but in different wallets. It didn't have tokens to honor withdrawals from the hot wallet. So they decided to move funds from their cold wallet to hot wallet, which is a routine activity for them. They do it every week, nothing suspicious. Although it should have been suspicious, like why there are so many Gala deposits and withdrawals suddenly happening. But beyond that point, they started doing this deposit of Gala from cold wallet to hot wallet. Initially, the transactions kept failing for them, so they were using Liminal as their self-custody provider, which as a product suite in itself is hilarious. Like, it's basically a wrapper of unsafeness on Gnosis Safe, but they were using it. So they got them involved, they started debugging and everything, but then it just started working. After like 5 failed attempts, it was working. So that's fine. What they didn't realize is those 5 failed attempts could have been just them signing malicious transactions and obviously UI rejecting them. So they happily press the button on ledger, press the button on ledger, press the button on ledger, all malicious transactions signed, all good. But yeah, at the end, I won't go into details of how the signatures were collected, but yes, they had failed transactions which they signed and just ignored because one, like the UX in our space is so broken that failures are normal. Like 5 times fail, 6 times success, perfect. It's nothing to worry about. But that's, yeah, we will come to it how that's bad. But yeah, they just signed these bad transactions without realizing they're signing bad transactions. The UI was showing them the good details, the correct transaction, but they were signing something bad. How that happened, the UI is showing them something good and them signing something bad is an unknown with lots of theories. I have my own theory. But
what's your theory?
My theory is that it's something I would share later. I don't want to poison others' thoughts because I want people to post their theories on that thread or channel or whatever. So there are lots of possibilities. I'll give you some possibilities. One possibility is that Liminal was compromised, their service provider. So the UI was showing something else but sending bad data for signing. It is a plausible theory. Another theory is the wallet they were signing was compromised, so they, instead of installing MetaMask, they installed MetaFox, I don't know, and the wallet was changing the transaction. Another theory is those laptops they were using to sign were compromised themselves, could have been like they were at some point like in the same infrastructure or something, so someone spread a virus on it or whatever, and the laptops themselves changed the transactions up after the transaction. So once you compromise the laptop, you can modify the wallet, you can modify the interface between ledger and so on, so you can do anything. So one theory is that the laptops were compromised, but those were 3 different laptops, MacBooks in 3 different regions. So yes, another theory is the ledgers themselves were compromised, and since it's a single company, single hardware device, maybe they used the same vendor to buy these ledgers and they got compromised fake ledgers somehow. Another theory is the wires they bought were compromised, so this right signal left the computer, wrong signal left reached the device, and it just happened over longer periods, so people didn't realize. So there are a bunch of theories. You can theorize more, but try to theorize what is most plausible here. But we'll ignore that, come to like how do you make yourself safer. So it doesn't matter what that the theory is there. There are some basic things you can do to keep yourself safe.
I have these. This is the basic stuff, right? This is a teaser for your talk?
Yes, it's the teaser. So I'll go through these very briefly. Number 1 is use hardware wallets. Like, don't trust software wallets or browser wallets. They are much, much, much easier to attack than a hardware wallet. The second one, I have to repeat this so many times, but it's obvious. Like, don't share your mnemonic key. Not to MetaMask support, not to Coinbase support, not to your grandma. Nobody. Just never share it. Never type it out on a computer. Never copy and paste it anywhere. Just write it down. You can write it down on different pieces of paper, split it down, whatever, and just keep it safe. Then on
just keep it safe. That's all you need to do.
It's a teaser, so we are going a little fast. It's a very loaded word, and I can do a whole 1 hour session on how to keep mnemonic safe, but I'm assuming most of the people who are here have heard that a lot already. But yeah, fair point. Then another thing is like security is always about layers. Even when you have a hardware wallet, if you're connecting to a dApp, I would recommend you to connect it through Rabi or MetaMask or some wallet, your Ledger, instead of connecting Ledger directly through the Ledger kit to the dApp. Because whatever wallet you connect to, Rabi is good for this. It would decode the transaction for you and show you what actually you're signing. So even if the website is compromised, you can catch it at the browser level. If you directly connect your Ledger to the website, if the website is malicious, what you're seeing on Ledger is just gibberish. You're not going to know what you're signing, and you're going to get wrecked. So just keep adding layers, verify what you're signing on the browser wallet. You can potentially use dedicated air-gapped devices. These don't need to be super expensive. Can be like $300, $400 Chromebooks, which you don't do anything on except signing transactions on Gnosis Safe. So you can add a firewall to it, which only allows connection to the Gnosis website and nothing else. So you only open it, sign it, you close it. There is no other thing going in and out of that. Don't do your regular work on it. Another basic one is ensure secure threshold for your multisigs. Like the biggest hacks we have had were like 3x11 multisig, 5x9 multisig, 2x3 multisig. These are, and this one was I think
3x11, yeah.
Yeah, 3x11 Radiant, and then they say they were following the best industry practices, and they don't know how they got hacked. So it's like, if you are following the best practices, do actually follow the best practices. 3x11 is not the best practice, I would argue. Verify hashes on your hardware wallets. This is a big one. Now, Ledger is working on making those more legible, which is super nice. But in the meantime, we have some community tools you can use. PC has made the super nice safe TX hashes util, which you can use to basically, it will fetch all of the data from Gnosis API, hash it, so you actually get a hash which you can verify on Ledger. Like you then just compare two things. Now you can be lazy and ignore that, but at least you have something to compare. Before this, if you were just using the Ledger on Gnosis site, Gnosis will show you all of the dehash things, the actual data of what we are signing, and Ledger will show you just an hash. So you can never verify like what you are signing is actually what you are seeing. Using these tools, and I think Gnosis are adding this officially now, you can actually verify that you are signing what you are seeing. Finally, use a diverse set for your signers. Don't make everyone use a MacBook with Ledger, with Chrome browser and everything. Use a diverse set. And especially throw in mobile devices there, because they have completely different risk profile. Like hacking Windows device is much different than hacking an Android device. So just use a different set of things, and do not ignore failures. I know Web3 UX sucks and failure happens, but figure out why that failure happened, especially when there are critical funds at risk. Do not just ignore a failure and move on.
So my proposal on this is we should aim for this 3-star security thing. We have some experience with that when really large funds are being handled by centralized entities. And it really makes sense to try to force an attacker to break 3 systems before they get you, right? Now we had cases where you can say, like, if they got into the UI of Safe, they got you. If they got into the liminal UI, they got you, right? If they get HTTPS certificates for those websites, you will access them, they get you, right? Man-in-the-middle attacks were possible. Of course, these are state actors, right? We do face here a different threat vector than we usually face. This is not about you protecting your own ledger or so, right? This is about protecting funds which Lazarus groups thinks are worthwhile to attack. There is a lot of things unknown about Wazir and what happened here. Are there things you want to add from what we said? ideas. We already talked about the theories. How do you think they have been compromised? And if you'd be the CISO of that project, what would you do? What would your learnings be out of that? What would you try to do differently?
I think we'll look at the document later, what ideas people have.
Can we have a microphone there?
Didn't they have some logging system also?
Logging, yes, but you can't really trust logging, and it doesn't help because it's in this scenario because it has already happened. Okay, you logged and realized, oh, I did a mistake. But that mistake already happened. So you need, beyond logging, you also need active monitoring and alerting and actually taking action on those. They had logging, but it didn't matter. Again, like errors happen. They said, oh, errors are normal. It's fine. Let's move on.
Yeah, there were some really after the fact things where you can say like it was in the logs and it was very suspicious, right? The problem is the noise of logs. I've been working in this myself and they are very, very noisy. And it is very hard to write, before you know exactly what the attack is, what to listen for in these noisy logs.
Yeah, I think around about the same time there was a Microsoft threat research article on DPRK using Chrome 0 days, and it could have been a 0 day, and I think you've already covered that, Mudit. Highly likely though, if you look at some of the compromises beforehand, is that it was probably spear phishing via browser extension, side-loaded browser extension that got them man in the browser. I think it was important for Wazir to not have been reading their email on the same machines where they signed transactions. So I think separate Chromebook or separate iOS would have been a much better operation for them. And also, there was probably a time for them to add delay. As soon as they noticed the failures of the two Gala transactions, they should have probably realized that they were being targeted, potentially raised a security incident, started to go through this transaction hashes and data hashes. And I think lastly, they had a really high concentration of signers. So if you go and look at every signed transaction for Wazir X, there was around about 1,700. It was basically 3 to 4 signers. So the adversary knew exactly who to go after, whereas they should have much more entropy in their signer quorum.
Yeah. In reality, I mean, humans are the weakest link in security, almost always. Wazir X had processes in place or policies in place, but in practice those processes were never followed. For example, the first question I also asked them, like, why was your devices not air-gapped? And they were like, it's our policy to have air-gapped devices. But we installed Telegram and that on to communicate. And like, so they had all of the policies, none of them were followed. And that actually sadly happens in 90% of the orgs I've seen.
Yeah. On this, a difference I've seen in the more traditional industry is really you have paid employees to do this thing and they really care. Versus they are devs, also paid employees, right? But they are kind of doing this because they have to, and you do it quickly. So we are all lazy, right? So yeah, I'll go to the next hack. We have one more question.
In my view, they kind of never thought deeply into their actual system. They took a ledger connected to like a 4 out of 6 multi-sig, but they gave liminal only one signature. So they could have easily just bypassed liminal if they wanted any protection that may have been there. Could have just ignored, just didn't need to do it.
Yeah, for sure, they could have, but the liminal was sort of like their signal mechanism. Like if a liminal is signing, they would say, okay, it's good. If they're not signing, it's bad. But the thing is, in this scenario, liminal signed. So one of the signatures were liminals, and liminal's firewall or their security solution was like, yes, perfect solution, perfect transaction, let's go ahead. So that's why I was saying, like, I have no idea why they chose liminal as their custodial, semi-custodial solution when they were using Gnosis Safe, because it ended up like weakening their security instead of strengthening. As soon as liminal system saw, okay, 3 people have signed, it signed the transaction. So it became from 4 to 6 multisig to a 3 to 6, 3 of 6 multisig.
I prepared 20 hacks. No. Okay, I'll skip over some anyway. For like, okay, we take one more, but write your stuff otherwise in the document.
So what's the right threshold for a safe? Like, let's say, for example, if the funds are huge, like a couple of $100 million or like $1 billion, what's the right threshold to use and how many multisigs and how to choose that?
Yeah, for sure. It always should be based on your risk, because again, like if I make the most strict policies in the world, nobody will follow them. Security is always about risk management, and it's something you learn with experience. Like you can create the best policies, but they're useless if nobody follows them.
How is it at Polygon?
At Polygon, we have different levels of multisig. So we have a threshold for under $1 million of exposure. We have a threshold for $1 to $5 million of exposure, of 10 to 20, and above 20. Above 20 is our like, we have to keep this secure kind of scenario. And we almost never use the above 20 multisigs because all of the operations should happen from the multisigs with lower exposure.
But
ultimately,
the 20 plus, how?
Yeah. So ultimately, like the ultimate multisigs we have are like, for example, the Security Council, the Protocol Council. They are 9 by 12, I think right now, or 9 by 11. Something along, I think it's 9 by 12. Jordi might know exactly, but it's 9 by 11 or 9 by 12 for our Protocol Council. And that's our, like, if you want the most security, that's where we settled.
This.
Not different phones. The way we enforce it is we don't enforce any common hardware. So naturally, you would have a diversified set of signers, but we do collect like what sort of signing devices people are using. So if I see, okay, like it's very Mac heavy or it's very this heavy, then the next signer I add on or replace would be on a different set. But I've honestly not had to do it so far because just naturally it has been very diversified.
Do you know if they sent the laptop of the developer to a forensic company to try to investigate where the issue could have come from?
Wazirex hired Mandiant and Liminal hired, I don't remember, someone to investigate. So they are working with professionals, but it's very hard post the hack, because if the hackers are state level actors like DPRK in this case, they know how to erase their traces. Like this is not Web3, this is Web2 stuff that they've been working on for 20 years. They've, by best guesses, around 25,000 people in the Lazarus org. I don't know what's the right word to call it, but yeah, the threat actor.
Yeah. Just because we can't find it after the fact makes it really not a strong signal that there wasn't one. So yeah, even though I wrote this down here before, right? Where was it? No phishing was involved, no sign was found. This does not mean that it wasn't like this, right? Okay, let's continue. A different case, but still a key compromise. Gala Games, the third biggest hack. This was very likely, I'm going out of the way here because it's not definitive, but I'd say very likely an insider. Gala was able to recover all of these tokens, and somehow an old minter address was able to mint a lot of Gala, dump them, and return them the next day. There were some internal conflicts at the project. Key people left, and then this happened, right? So, coincidence or not, hard to say, right? what did we learn here? From my perspective, we had dormant access to very powerful functionality in a project. So likely, yeah, I mean, this happens all the time, right? You forget to withdraw access to people when they leave. You had here a tricky case of trusted employees, which then turned into people more adversarial to the company. I think in general you'd see a neglect of people risk in this case. Of course, you'd also saw on the technical level that EOAs had very high power in the system, so there was no multi-factor authentication or authorization for privileged actions or high-risk actions. There were no checks and balances in many of these places where they could have happened. Yes, so this another key compromise, but of a different nature. A common thing on insider threats is recovery of funds, right? People put on pressure on these people very effectively, and usually the money gets returned. We will see other cases. Any inputs from you guys on this one? I'm also interested in how some of you manage the people risk in your organizations or in organizations you know, where you would say, look, there was this wild wide west of Web3, but we kind of moved on. By now, we do things differently, what works, what doesn't work. I know we take this very serious at Chain Security ourselves. Polygon takes it serious. I don't know how you do it. Would be very interested in this. Yeah, how to manage this people risk.
For a limited amount of time for whatever the access is required, but kind of don't give permanent access to security sensitive things.
Yeah, makes sense. And those are like the basic and obvious one everyone should be doing. Unfortunately, people don't do it, but they should. I'll make this conversation hot and more interesting by throwing a curveball. In our space, we respect privacy a lot, and we want anon contributors. So how do you manage anon contributors and people risk? That's the biggest question. How do you tell this anon is not DPRK? Anyone has any thoughts on that? I can share the policy we have at Polygon because we are anon friendly but still safe. I want to know if anyone else has cracked the code or is working on it. I mean, DPRK can own all the anons. Like they have more people than all of the blockchain developers combined. So that strategy could work for first 3 months, but then they will pick up and yeah.
We had one more in the back.
Yeah, how about just changing addresses? So authorization to the smart contracts will rotate to another authorization address, or in exchanges, just move the money to another address after key people leave.
Yeah, so having good offboarding policies, right? Eric already mentioned this. This is very important, right? When someone leaves, can you really clean it? Right? And you need to know, you need to keep track of every permission you give during the lifetime. This is hard, honestly. And then you need to have efficient processes in place to quickly withdraw them too. But it's very worthwhile. You need to do it anyway, right?
Yeah, for sure. And the reality is, like in practice, from what I've seen, most of the insider threats have originated from people who are currently employed by the org, not the ex-people.
Do you do background checks on employees?
Yes. So I can give some info about like what we do as Polygon in the anon-friendly way. So it's not 100% anonymous, but we have two basic levels of security there. One, for everyone, basically, we use a third-party background company to do background checks. So they would have all the actual details and everything about the person, which they would delete in whatever their retention policy is. I don't remember the exact number of days, but they would get all the details, they would verify, they will do police background checks and everything, but they would not share any of that with us. So we will not know. We will just get to know, okay, this person cleared it, or this person has this issue. So that is one thing. The other is for hiring Anon people. We do have a few Anon people in Polygon. We require at least one proof of recommendation, sort of. So you must be recommended by at least one person in our org who trusts you and knows you for a long time. So it basically, like, it's we trust our org to know what's best or which Anon is good or not. You should not be recommending anyone who you are not comfortable with. It's sort of like we are trusting our employees to be good. It's the philosophy of private trackers. I don't know how many of you do torrents and all, but it's basically the invite tree. If you know someone good, you invite them. If the person who you invited does bad, you also get kicked out. So you only share these invites very carefully, and only when you really, really, really trust this person. And this process has worked wonderfully for us. We have not had a single case where an internal employee has recommended a bad Anon. Like, it has always been very highly trusted, good Anons. Yes, knock to the wood.
Okay, so this is for insiders. There is so much more, of course, which can be done here, but I'll keep it more technical because I'm just more familiar with the technical stuff. Please also add stuff to your document. Do we have, okay, one really last one on this?
There was one more on top of what you just said. If you wanted to include more Anon people, is the use of session keys or access control roles, where if you want them to do something very specific, give them access to some address, some function selector, and some other conditions to the call data and the payload, and then they can execute the stuff. It can be time-gated as well, or not, or can be removed with refresh, and something that's been actively worked actually a lot. But that's
for this one-time access, it works, right? But this is mostly about the people you trust for years or so.
Yeah, but you can still implement that for those people as well.
Yeah, makes sense. This also just comes down to layer of security. I would do this not just for Anons. Why? I do it for everyone. Like, it's just an additional layer of security, which we should do for everyone. But then you have to, again, balance, like, practicality versus policy situation. But yes, it's a good layer of security to add. Yes.
Okay. I go on. This is a case I don't want to talk about too much. It's an exchange was hacked because someone got access to their Google Cloud, and they had all the private keys in there. This is, of course, bad, and we don't need to say how bad this is on how many levels. This happens if you need to segregate wallets. You need to keep funds in different wallets to be secure, right? But you don't really know what you're doing. Because, yeah, I mean, okay, I'll quickly go through it. Just so you know, many are doing a lot of things right? Not everyone, though. So in this case, like 150 million were drained over a long time by an actor who got access to those private keys, just one by one draining all these wallets, right? Then the project didn't even notice for really a long time. I guess they got noticed because someone told them, look, I can't withdraw, somehow it's not working on next Monday, right? This was a traditional Saturday morning, Friday attack, something like that. What did we learn? There's obviously no use in segregating if you lose access to all of these keys if they are stored in a central place. That's kind of equivalent to not segregating wallets. Relying on cloud infrastructure. So, first off, in this case it was Google Cloud. Generally, this is more secure than most of the things we can build in reasonable amounts of time, right? This This has to be said, right? But if you are an exchange, that's your business, right? You can be a lot more secure, and there are dedicated systems to allow you to do that. Hardware wallets, and I'm not talking about Ledger here, right? Proper hardware HSMs which manage this, stuff like that, right? There is really, this is the bread and butter of normal banks today too. Obviously, they need to sign a lot of things digitally too, right? It's not only us. So yeah, there's a lot you can do. This is really not how you should approach it.
Yeah, I'll add quick side thing, tangential attack vector here, because it just reminded me, which I've seen increase now a lot, is people trusting AI tools blindly, when all of the AI tools are just farming all of your data for training. So there are two attack vectors here. One, if you use the public version of it, for example, even if you buy the ChatGPT Plus for $20, whatever you enter in there is going to be used to train their model. So for whatever reason, if you pass all of your, if you enter any secret, obviously it's gone. But what people end up doing is, I've seen like they would upload your whole, they will upload their whole code base and then ask for suggestions or something. So ChatGPT is good at explaining code or doing things like that. So, but the problem is if your code base had secrets, any environment files or whatever, now ChatGPT knows this and it's actually gonna add that to its model. And in future, maybe someone would type, give me example of GitHub private key, and boom, your private key is shown to them. So this is one attack vector. The second one is, even if you buy an enterprise version of the software where they claim private data and no training on your data and whatnot, the thing is, they still log all of your data, and their support and engineers are able to look at this data for training for their own improvement purposes and so on. So if you read their TNC, you would see there. So if you enter any secret there, any of the OpenAI employee support engineer can still see it and drain you. I've seen this happen a lot with things like Google Photos. Like people would take a photo of their mnemonic and upload it on Google Photos. Usually it's very safe, but in edge cases, they still have access to it. So not great. And GitHub Copilot, like how many of us added to our repo where we have our private secrets in environment variables and everything. Just look at their privacy policy one, because I'm actually not sure about the privacy policy of GitHub Copilot, but it's definitely a risk vector people should explore.
So can you recommend something? Let's suppose in our system, like we are a bridge and we have a private key that signs our transaction. I mean, like 20 transactions per second. So how should we secure that single private key? Like where should we store? What best practices should we have? I mean, like we can't have a air gap device who is just signing 20 transactions.
This is a hotkey, just like someone which needs to
hardware.
sign like automatically a lot, right? So which technology should you use to enable that?
To secure that private key, the securest way, or like the best practices, I would say.
Yeah, for any hot key, there are two things you need to secure. One is the actual key itself. You can throw it in any HSM or something, and it's good enough for a hotkey purposes. It shouldn't have billions of dollars on it. But the bigger attack vector and how most of the attacks happen to hotkeys is the authentication mechanism. If your HSM just has a public API and it has /post data and it returns the signature, it's worthless. So it's that is the actual mechanism you need to secure, that only the right people should be able to request a signature from there. Only the right things should be able to request the signature from there. You need to secure it through firewalls, through filters, through everything. But that's the harder component you need to focus on.
Yeah, thanks.
Do you want to add something?
But what if the dedicated HSM, if you have a GCP admin and you control the HSM, if you compromise the GCP admin, what can you do with dedicated HSMs?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the access part. Once the key is in HSM, it's secure. But if you can access the HSM somehow, and being an admin is just one of those things. It is dangerous. In GCP, actually, you can have no admins in AWS as well. Nobody has that permission, and only select products have select permissions. You could have a system where nobody has read permission to the HSM, only signing requests and so on. But again, then you need to ensure people are not signing the wrong things and so on. So it's permissioning thing, but obviously you need to ensure the people that are in there are trusted and...
so you're proposing having like a segregated, like also HSM infrastructure that...
Oh yeah, like in your, that's again traditional Web 2 stuff, like in your infrastructure, it's not just HSMs. Like everything should be segregated, and it should be the least privilege of I'm forgetting what the principle is called, but everyone should only have access to things they need, nothing extra. It shouldn't be like, okay, I'm the CEO, I have admin access. No, like it's actually the opposite in Polygon. Like I lead security and I have less access than almost everyone under me. The simple reason is like I'm the bigger target, and I don't do the day-to-day activity that I need this access every day. Like maybe I'll need it once a week. I'll create a ticket. I'll get access for 15 minutes. I'll do my thing. I'll create a ticket, remove my access. So it's just, yeah, like access management is one of the biggest things to like do. It's the hardest thing to do right, and it's something nobody does in our space, but needs to be done.
But this is a good question. Like, is there someone here to say, like, I want to shill an HSM, right? Basically a solution I am actually using and feeling very comfortable with.
You can actually use TEs for this. You will answer, but just my thought. Like
ideally, something you can actually use.
Yeah. Oh, look, I think you could use KMS or Cloud HSMs, and you can restrict policies, do just-in-time.
Do you know a good one?
Yeah. KMS is fine for holding for holding keys. I think the admin permission is the problem, right? You just-in-time, just-in-time permissions using something like Lumos or other approval systems. But to tell you the truth, maybe just use Fireblocks. I don't work for Fireblocks, but that's a much better solution where it notifies multiple signers. You can build quorums, so that's probably a better solution here.
Okay. Okay, one more in the back. And yeah, we'll come to smart contract tags too.
So in terms of HSM capabilities, you have the cloud solutions, which is obviously AWS's cloud HSM solution. I think is slightly better than GCP's at the moment. Sorry, but I'm a hybrid cloud user, so I don't judge either way. I just find the best solution. AWS's cloud HSM solution is a bit more segmented and can allow for sort of a bit more user granularity, whereas GCP, and that's within the HSM construct itself, not just IAM principles. GCP's HSM is built into their cloud KMS system, and therefore you're a little bit more dependent on just sort of the standard identity access management within GCP, and I think that's your biggest risk factor on both of these HSM solutions. As the previous person mentioned, like it's really less, the HSM is fantastic, but it's going to do what you tell it to do. So unless you set up granularity within the access control mechanisms, you're still going to have a similar issue, and that's why typically a lot of people do move to Fireblocks, because they've created that sort of multi-factor capability and authorization patterns. Again, AWS, you can do it a little bit easier because you can dial into the HSM console and programmatically set up some of these kind of multi-factor capabilities. Otherwise, on-prem, Talos is a really good HSM solution. If you have unlimited money, if you've minted unlimited money, then you can go for IBM Z series if you really want to be fancy. But really, the best thing to do is really making sure that your access controls prevent your HSM from just blindly signing anything that comes through to it, especially if you're leveraging web application services that are specifically signing on your behalf.
Yeah, I think this is a good thing to repeat. You need to think a step further from my perspective. If you think the HSM is just holding your key securely, that's not enough. It is really, you need to think of your HSM as the system which validates if that transaction should happen, right? And then yeah, some good suggestions were mentioned. Okay, let's go on. This is one message I just want to highlight, right? We will, and we are smart contract auditors, right, and so on, and we really try to secure the space from this perspective. But key compromises are the new big thing. There was a very good talk by Peter at DSS. You can see the recording highlighting this. Phishing, a type of key compromise, right, and this. These are the big hacks of today. So, the big smart contract hacks. The biggest one, it's long time ago, but Devcon was longer. This is why it's in here. We talked about this one a lot, and you might be familiar with it, right? There were great videos made on this. And I was planning to show the video here, the short part which explains the hack. It takes like 3-4 minutes. Do you want that? Okay. First, some advertising. Okay, let me see. Okay, I don't know. The sound, can you help me with the sound? You cannot. Okay. Subtitles. Yes. Let's see. I will try something crazy, but...
It starts by borrowing 30 million DAI through a flash loan from Aave. A flash loan is a special type of loan anyone can take as long as they repay the money in the same transaction. Now that we have $30 million, let's deposit it into Euler. Then, let's borrow 390 million. Same token. The hack drained 6 different tokens, but they all work in the same way. Let's look at the first. It starts by borrowing 30 million DAI through a flash loan from Aave. A flash loan is a special type of loan anyone can take as long as they repay the money in the same transaction. Now that we have $30 million, let's deposit it into Euler. Then, let's borrow 390 million and deposit it right back. Usually, DAI has a collateral and borrow factor that leads to a maximum 75% loan to value. However, Euler has a special mechanism for self-collateralized loans. When your assets and debt are the same token, it bumps up your max loan to value to 95%. Dividing our borrows by our collateral, we get a loan to value of 93% and a health factor of 1.02. So everything is still perfectly legal on Euler, we just have a highly self-leveraged DAI position. Now here is where the vulnerability comes into play. Euler has a donate function that allows users to donate their collateral to the protocol itself. It was implemented because sometimes, if you have a very small balance, it can be cheaper to donate the dust than withdraw it yourself. However, this function lacks a critical security check. It doesn't require the user's health factor to be above 1 afterward. And this is the bug. It allows a user to donate into insolvency. Back to our leverage position, we now abuse this by donating 100 million. Now our health factor is 0.77. This lets us take another account and liquidate the violator, earning the maximum 20% penalty. Our deposits times 20% gives us a premium of $64 million. Finally, we repay the 30 million flash loan to net a profit of 34 million. However, Euler doesn't have that much money in its reserves, so we walk away with $8.9 million. The hacker repeated this 5 more times to drain a total of $200 million. News of Euler's hack spread like wildfire, with 200 million gone.
Okay. Okay, so I think there are more in-depth explanations, more walkthroughs. There's a lot to learn from this one. But there is, again, there is a part which is technical and very interesting, and there is a part which is very human, right? And Michael did an amazing write-up here, the War and Peace write-up at the end of this year. I heavily recommend it for everyone to read. It is a small book in itself, takes some time, so I will not go over this here. What's important? So this hack started with a small change to the code, which the small change was also audited. The small change was actually to protect against another vulnerability, which was missed in the previous audits, right? But which was in itself much less impactful than the later hack would be. And it was a small change, right? So you audit a small change, and if you audit a small change, it is hard to say, this will take me 3 weeks, while it's 10 lines of code, right? The problem obviously is that small changes are very hard to audit, and then we see this again and again. Also, you don't want to re-audit a protocol which has been heavily audited too, as an auditor. You don't like that, right? Because you really like to find bugs. So the lucky thing of this story in the end, the funds were returned, right? They lost 200 millions, they got 240 millions. This is because there's a time delay and also an insurance payout. So what did we learn here? I already said it, it's really hard to audit diffs. But also security, which Euler took very serious and took to the extremes in the version a lot of you might have seen when you took part in the crowd competition or as auditors and so on, really pays off on these levels, right? Because of the levels of security, of the things they had in place, they were able, in the end, to recover those funds. And I think it is a good case of what kind of methods you can put up to recover funds from the human side, right? Their communication was really good. And this is a super, super stressful scenario. If you read the War and Peace, you will see like there were situations where it was like blood tests and passing out on the Euler team side of things. But if you have some guidance, some plan, and it will not survive, like famously said, right? It will not survive the incident, but it will help you so much to make the playing field a little bit different. If you are well prepared, then you will still get hit by the unknown. But just because you're well prepared, you can really go ahead and kind of win in the end. Because the attacker might not be so well prepared. And in this case, this was a case, right? It was a single person who later went to prison, who was found. And yeah, so in the end, this was one of the few success stories. Few smart contract hacks are like that. Almost no key compromises are like that. I'd say key compromises, our main adversary today is Lazarus Group.
Yeah, that's true, because I'll jump in here as well, because like reality is, it is very hard to stay anonymous when first it's hard just when doing the hack, but it's even harder when you're laundering the fund. So you have done the hack, it's fine, then what do you do with it? Like you would naturally start laundering, and that's when people get caught. So most of the hackers actually get caught at one stage or another. DPRK also get caught, but they don't care. So that's why they're a bigger threat to us. Like you can't go arrest them in North Korea. With this case in particular, couple of more things I want to highlight is upgradability. That's a double-edged sword. Like I've worked a lot on smart contract upgradability and made the primitives to make it happen in 2018-19, and that is also why I know why it's a double-edged sword. It is. I'm seeing right now people upgrading contracts like there's no tomorrow. They add a new feature, they upgraded like any small feature. And in this case, yes, they were fixing a bug as well, but they might have just upgraded to add a donate function. You can donate to protocol now, $10. We'll have $10 more revenue. Let's upgrade the contracts. So you have to be very careful about upgrading contracts, that you don't do it just for small features. Either like it should be security fixes or very large features that you can't afford to launch in a new contract. So upgradability needs to be taken seriously. And this has happened with more bigger protocols, not just Euler. Another big one comes to mind is compound finance. I don't remember if it happened before last Devcon or after, but that was a more hilarious case because they upgraded something, people noticed the bug, and they ended up minting like $250 million worth of comp or something extra in rewards than they should have. And as soon as the upgrade happened and they started minting more, people noticed, oh, something is wrong. At that point, it was maybe like 5 million more had been minted. But guess what? Like to upgrade it again, they had a time lock of 7 days. So the fix took 7 more days, and by that time, they lost 250, 260 million.
Actually, on this, we have experts here in the room on the compound. Like, I'd be very interested in the learnings Compound took after that, if those are fine to share. There was a good talk at DSS on this by Michael. There's so many Michaels in this space. But yeah, if someone wants to add something to those learnings, that would be great. Michael, you need to look up from your phone. Yes. From the compound case, were there learnings? Okay, never mind. Yeah, but watch the talk, it was good.
Yeah, for sure. The basic learnings are be careful with upgradability. It's a double-edged sword.
Okay, so we go to the next. We don't have that many minutes left, to be honest. Want to skip? It's another key compromise. With insider involvement, potentially, who knows? Little info, little to be talked about here. Another one, little info, key compromise, hot wallet, drained. But here we are back to a smart contract. Actually one which is a Polygon, using Polygon. In this case, it's an oracle manipulation. And those used to be the big hacks of last year, not of this year anymore, because we really learned. In this case, how did it work? So you might know, in general, oracle attacks, they always work by having a lending platform and manipulating the prices this lending platform depends on to first deposit and then either get it back cheap or like to drain the lending platform by pretending your assets are really, really worth a lot of money, right? So this is also what happened here. The interesting part is always, how was the oracle manipulated? In this case, surprisingly simple. Teller is an oracle where it's less permissioned than like Chainlink, for example. And the way you can, the way they secure it is you deposit TRB, then you can post prices, and people should go in and say, no, this price is not correct, and they slash your deposit, right? So this naturally takes time. A bug we see in many oracle attacks is you want to have the latest time, or you don't want to wait, right? So in this case also, BongDAO, they used that. They used the latest price, which the attacker, just by staking 10 TRB, could basically arbitrarily set. And at this point, the attack is easy, right? At this point, it simply means lower the price, deposit a little for a lot of the other value, in this case B0, and then increase the price and withdraw, and off you go, right? So this is what happened here. What did we learn here? And this is really an important part. If you build on stuff which is critical to your protocol, you need to understand it really well. And this is especially hard if you change a little, right? You go out, you have an idea how to improve something, you change it a little, but you don't understand. Even if you read the code and try really careful to do that. But even if you develop it from scratch and you depend on libraries, on services outside of what you developed, you depend on them. And honestly, as auditors ourselves, right, it's so hard because we, as an ecosystem, some are very good at documentation, some aren't. And in the end, you need to read the code of that large system you are integrating with to really understand what it's doing, because the documentation doesn't give that away. I was just yesterday talking to one of the main devs of the Open Zeppelin libraries, or the main dev, and an idea, hopefully it happens, is do an underhanded contest for those libraries we all depend on, right? We have an underhanded Solidity contest. It was so-so this year. It was hard to find something, apparently. But it's probably easier to find underhanded stuff in libraries or these kind of systems. So it's really important. I'd say one of the main learnings, you need to understand your stack to a degree which feels paranoid at times. Yeah, of course, in this case also there were some neglects on re-auditing the changes later and so on. So this is also a recurring theme. Yeah, other learnings, like what would make this easier? Use multiple oracles and we'll have a hack where that really fails. We can put hard caps in. Sometimes this works, sometimes not. Try to do holistic audits. This really helps. But it's really expensive, so I mean I get it when it's hard, but of course in this system there was really a lot at stake. Yeah, and on oracles, yeah, it's very hard. You really, like, I applaud those. It's a centralized, often a centralized piece of infrastructure, and trying not to have that is very important, but you need to understand the security caveats of those. And also oracles, they should really try very hard to push the knowledge about their security caveats down to users. And this is going beyond, like I can say, like, just use Chainlink, right? But that's not, also that means, yeah, you trust a multisig now, right? So you need to know what you are into here. Yes.
There is a security flaw in the ERC20 standard that was classified as a lack of transaction handling in 2017. In 2023, the creator of ERC20 standard confirmed that this is a security issue. In 2023, there were $60 million lost because of this problem. On 1st November 2024, there were $90 million lost. 2 or 3 days ago, another user lost $25 million to this issue, which remained unpatched since 2017. What do you think of a situation where a security issue that was discovered 7 years ago caused $55 million of financial damage to Ethereum users during this year? And did Chain Security report the security issue in any of ERC20 contracts that you audited so far?
The last part you need to repeat. What was the last sentence?
Did you report this issue if you audited any of the ERC20 contracts?
Is this about approvals? So what's the issue with I mean, there are known caveats with ERC20s?
You mean that we don't verify zero address transfers?
Which attack exactly?
This is not the attack, this is the violation of security principle of fail-safe defaults. When a user is trying to deposit tokens to addresses, there is no way to verify if this is a correct invocation or not. And when a user is trying to deposit funds to a smart contract, this is 100% possible to verify if this is a correct transaction or it must not happen. For example, if you are trying to deposit NFT to a smart contract which is not designed to receive NFTs, it will not be deposited. If you are trying to deposit Ether or ERC223 token to a contract which is not designed to handle these deposits, it will be automatically rejected. And with ERC20, it doesn't happen. As a result, users lost $115 million.
Yeah, so I'll answer that. First of all, like it's not an issue in the standard itself. Standards are meant to be generic. If you use Web2, in fact, Swift, for example, you can use Swift to transfer money to anyone who doesn't even know how to handle it or what to do with it, to a bank which is malicious, to a bank which is under collateralized. It's just a way to transfer money. Although I do agree that there should be protection for users to not transfer to things to places which can't handle it, but it needs to happen at the wallet level, not at the standard level.
So the general thing is here, how hard as developers, as security people, should we make it, or how hard should we try to prevent user errors, right? Well, we can always say, like, these are cases where you say a careful user will not have a problem, but the standard allows a user to make errors. Clearly, the code is much simpler by allowing those. It's harder to think of all the caveats. To this, I'd say it is valid. It is important to explain that people who use it know how this is done. It's not a fault of a standard to allow this. It's a fault of a standard plus the community to not educate about this problem, right?
Excuse me, are you trying to say that error handling is optional and in some cases it is unnecessary to handle software errors even if it causes the loss of money for your users? Are you saying that what the creator of ERC20 standard is calling a security issue is in fact not a security issue? And are you trying to say that if wallets fail to solve it for 7 years, they will magically solve it in the next years? What do you expect?
Now again, you're confusing. I'm not denying it's a security issue. I'm saying it's not the standard where it should be fixed. Any standards, by definition, should be very generic to support any use case. Even if you look at as a traditional finance, you can send money to anyone. It doesn't matter. Using SWIFT, using different countries have different standards. ERC20 is a very generic standard, and it's not even just for money where you have loss. ERC20 token could be any representation of anything. It doesn't need to have any value. People could use it, like you could build functionality where you intentionally send tokens to places where they are not supported to increase visibility of that token. It just goes there, it stays there, for example. So there are many use cases of ERC20 standard. This is a security issue that needs to be fixed, not at the standard level, at the wallet level or any place where the user interacts with it. And I agree with you, like the wallets have not 100% fixed it yet, but a lot of wallets now have added protection. I think MetaMask has it, Rabby has it, and so on. If you try sending money to like self-address or zero address, it will give you a warning before moving ahead. So it's not that we have not done anything, but yes, our industry, as we discussed at start, it's not mature enough. We have not had the 50 years of progress that the Web2 has had to iron out these issues. It is an issue. People are working on it. We'll get there.
Okay, I'm skipping a few more things here. Atomic Wallet. It is a very interesting hack, to be honest. And I think some people know a lot more about this hack than I do. Some stuff happened in here, but somehow, like a lot of people got drained. They got drained at the same time using Atomic Wallet, but it's unknown how. This simply is another private key compromise. Yeah, so quick. How much more time do I have? 2 minutes. the classic.
Maybe we can open the document real quick, see if there's anything.
Yeah, so no, then when we will share the presentation afterwards, it has like, of course, more things in there, a lot more hacks. Yes, so we'll use it for final other questions. Because yeah, I will not explain a hack in a minute.
Okay, then any final questions, any other questions, comments, anything?
Someone? So, of course, feel free to... is there one? Ah, very good.
Yeah, with air-gapped machines, how do you manage software updates?
With what machines?
Let's say you have an air-gapped signing machine. How do you handle updates?
Yeah, for sure. So there can be different levels of air gapping. If you are just purely using it for signing, you don't necessarily need to ever upgrade it. Like, it's just there, it works. If it's working, it's not broken, you don't need to fix it. Like, even, in fact, ATMs, for example, were running Windows XP for 10 years after its security timeline. So if it's air gapped, the security vulnerabilities are not really applicable to it. But you can also just whitelist certain repositories where you get updates from, and just in the firewall, and get updates from there. You don't necessarily need to disconnect the machine completely from the internet, and it would be very hard to actually do signing when it's completely disconnected. You can technically, but it would more be an HSM than an air-gapped machine. So it's just use of firewall. Good connections, whitelist based, are okay. Everything else blocked by default.
I also made good experience with live CD style systems. So where you kind of just have it for that transaction, and afterwards you get rid of the system again just by unplugging, shutting it down, right? And then this works quite nice to not have continuous exposure. Okay, thanks everyone.
Thanks for
And
coming,
you
guys.
can, if you have more things to, if you want to ask more stuff about other hacks, we can't be here in the front because there's the next workshop, a very interesting one by the Red Guild. I can recommend it on how not to get phished. But you can catch us outside too, of course.
Thanks, folks.